Check, 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 check. All right. So we are live officially. Good evening, y'all. Had to check those microphone levels. Hope y'all are doing well. We are under a tornado watch. That lasts until 9 p.m. So we will see what develops out of the southwest for us. We do a little editing here. Let some more people join us. I see one person is already here. Glad you can make it. Yeah. Oh, that looks a lot better. Okay. All right, all right. We can take a look at we'll take a look at some stuff. Let me see far south. Some storms already developing in this area headed toward Ardmore. Actually, got a cam. Ardmore. If I can pull it up, definitely will. So it looks like we might have some precipitation here coming here soon. Traveling out a little further, we do see some storms developing further to our south west. Down here, Tuscaloosa. This is pretty much on track for coming our way. Doesn't look like it'll hit anytime soon. Maybe around the 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock hour. We got further. Oof. And was a little weird. So, I'll stay with you until we have a lift on. Let's see what we. Tornado warnings going on right now. Berlin, Kentucky, Roe, Metcalf, Marshall, and Benton, Missouri. In Missouri, if you do know anybody in the Cumberland, Monroe, Metcalf region, let them know. Up here in above Cookeville. Interesting situation happening with this map. My wife and I moved to Tullahoma about 3.5 years ago, 3 years ago, from Whites Creek. They live right here in this, which did get hit by what is believed to have been a tornado evening. Another place. I was born and raised in Huntington, West Virginia. My wife and I lived in Beckley for years. My wife actually grew up in Beckley, and Beckley actually had, or West Virginia actually had pretty strong storms come through today. So the places I'm from currently. You'll have to forgive me if I go off camera at any point. I do have kids, wife, and people I need to feed tonight. Things like, well, Papa John's pizza on a Saturday, which is perfectly fine. But if I have to get up and leave you, I do apologize, but I will be right back. Right. Good thing is, the Papa John on its way. All right. These storms head away. Hopefully, do is skirt another round of storms like we have the past couple of days. The fact that we haven't really seen to speak of is quite shocking. God has spared us. Anytime that we come back to this map, this gold star is us here. At the moment, we do see Columbia and Spring Hill and Murfreesboro still battling these storms. Pretty significant downpour at the moment. They're pretty slow moving fronts here, which is good news and it's bad news. The good news is normally when they slow down, they don't last too long because they're coming up against pressure on the front. But bad news is when something hits, it stays for a little. I know that there was a Music City Open for disc golf, and had to cancel. I would say give it about 15, 20 minutes and storms will be here. I'm going to answer this door and get myself some pizza. All right, we're back. Kids are getting food and other things. Sometimes kids come through. That's going to happen. Lives are going to text and say pizza. All right. Here. Take a live at Oklahoma at the moment. Wow. These low shelves forming on the right hand side of looks just like some rain, honestly. I think the they're reaching high, so yeah. We're starting to see a little dissipation happening with this little cell out near Pulaski that's making its way in. Like it's breaking up pretty good. We might see some drizzle. We're actually seeing some breakup in this Russellville, Alabama storm at the moment. The one good thing about living in Tennessee is that our topography, the layout of our land is pretty conducive to killing storms. We're storm killers. So we'll keep our eye on these. Again, if I go off mic, you'll have to just excuse me. I won't go off mic if we ever face anything too serious. We'll be here throughout that. But if there's just storms happening, like what's about to hit us within the next hour or so, we'll stay with you. I promise to you. I do want to say, again, thanks for joining. And find my Twitter account, Tullahoma WX. On Facebook, you can search for Tullahoma Weather. And if you wouldn't mind, please like this video. It gets it in the view of more people who might be affected by these storms. And also, one of the key important things is to subscribe and turn on notifications for when we do go live. We won't go live preemptively, and we won't try and ever scare you. That's not our goal. My goal is to, I keep saying our, it's just me. My goal is just to inform. The more you know about situations coming, the less you have to fear, especially for some pretty serious nocturnal or nighttime tornadoes that have been happening. It's hard to see some of these that are killer storms that come in the night. Wow. Wow. Here we can see show what the hook is. You have an inflow of warmer air from the surface coming in and sweeping up in a helicity pattern from the earth, rising. Then you have the front edge of the storm that's wrapping with cooler air. That's what creates these little spin ups for us. I don't know if that's. And you can see the in the correlation coefficient. This is different size debris that's in the air. We are seeing some debris here in this little blip in this New Albany storm. It does look like it's trying to dissipate some. So that's a good thing for New Albany. pretty soon I'm going to say goodbye to my loving and dear wife, Elaine, as she heads to her night shift at Tullahoma Harton. That's my next time I'll be off camera. Again, this is a live view of downtown Tullahoma provided by TUA Light Tube. Do appreciate them putting this up. Helps us quite a bit. In fact, let's see what I can do about this. Little live editing never hurt anybody, right? All right. I'll be rejoining you in just a second. All right, y'all, we're back. Watching these little cells as they pop up. And this is, again, a live look at downtown Tullahoma. And you can see over in this region, storm starting to come in. And precipitation totals throughout Sunday afternoon look to be about, forgive me for doing this, look to be about an inch and maybe a half, inch and a half possible. I'm going to take a look at that soon. Wow. That light changed everything. Don't like that at all. Let's fix it. Beautiful. A lot better. If you're just joining us, which you're probably not, it is 6:56 p.m. Central Time. And we're looking at some severe weather that might come our way. However, we have seen these storms start to dissipate. And you can actually see within the motion of the reflectivity, it looks like these storms are joining up. The storms that are rolling through Lewisburg and Shelbyville right now. If you know anybody in Shelbyville, I want to give them a heads up. And now, what that is possibly meaning is that these storms up here to our west are starting to extend this high pressure down into our area by forming kind of this this bowing action, which could actually lead to some storms coming our way from this this cluster in Lawrenceburg. We'll keep an eye on that as well. But at the moment, what we're kind of looking at is just some clouds in the sky. I would imagine, and I believe that the forecast is correct for today, that we're going to look at a little bit more severe come about 8 or 9 p.m. And that's all I have to say about it. No, it's not. I lied to you. Looks like our Our tornado threat to the left is been upgraded to PDS tornadoes with 2-inch or lime-sized hail coming down from these tornadoes that have spun up. And there is a flash flood emergency. This is the highest emergency for a flood you can have, and that's in the Memphis area. The damage threat is catastrophic. See the wording on this. In between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. An additional 2 to 4 inches are possible. Life-threatening flash flooding, thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Seek high ground. You know, in some of these, what's funny is you can get caught up in doing this of verbiage used, you know, seek high ground or seek shelter, seek the lowest ground you can find in you know, in your shelter. Basements, lowest interior rooms for stuff like wind damage and tornadoes and hurricanes. You want to find that inner room in the lowest part. Flash flood is just the opposite. Find high ground now. So I got to watch when I talk about flooding. Do not say seek the lowest ground. Move to higher ground now. Extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding. Yeah, I'll be praying for Memphis. Huge situation. In Mississippi right now, we got this tornado moving up towards Corinth and Burnsville. It does actually look like it's dying somewhat, which is great news. You see these little cells develop and break down as they approach the Ardmore area. In fact, you have a live view from an Ardmore cam. And that's what it's looking like in Ardmore at the moment. Not much in terms of cloud volume at all. Everything looks pretty peaceful. Still watching these storms over in to our west develop. Yeah, just a couple more hours of tornado watch for us here in Tullahoma. Skies over downtown with a live look provided by TUA Light Tube on YouTube. Interesting clouds rolling in. Don't think they're going to do much more than just drop some sprinkles at this point. In fact, I'm not even sure they're going to do that at the moment. We do have a possibility of, like I said, these storms or these cells over to our west, dropping some stuff our way. If they can keep combining with what is approaching from the southwest, like these storms have done, we could see something pretty soon. Again, if you're just joining, welcome. And we're looking at the tornado watch for Tullahoma and surrounding areas. We have about an hour and 51 minutes left on those. But we do see this whole front here changing shape and actually dipping down. And these storms right here, if they continue to do that, and especially these that are firing off tornadoes down in Mississippi, if they continue on path and follow this front that's happening now, we don't want what's there. We don't want what's there. And we've got another tornado warning. Man, that just looks not good. You know? We see some rotation. We actually see some pretty high winds with this too. The more that gains strength and the more that the Cape allows for disruption and instability, the more this is going to grow. Let's take a look at our correlation, see. Might be yeah, the town of Jumpertown, heading into Corinth and Rienzi. Pretty rough. Pray everybody is doing all right. All right. McConaughey. Sorry. I don't mean to make light. Very serious situation happening down there. And it might have the possibility of coming our way. We'll have to see what the atmosphere holds for us. So here are the probabilities. Overall tornado threat is a moderate threat. Wind threat is high. So you can see we're right on the edge of this greater than 95% probability of severe weather this evening. And there's a new mesoscale discussion. If I can pull that up for us. I think I can. All right, so let's take a look at the newest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Scanner. Yeah, whatever. Prediction Center regarding Tornado Watch 124, which we're in. Severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 124 and 125 continues. This is talking about the cell that we have just seen come through. Come through Mississippi in the Dumas area at the moment, heading up towards Jumpertown and Corinth. It's that cell right there. It's evolved across the north central Mississippi this evening with another cluster noted into southwest Tennessee. The environment downstream of the southern cluster remains favorable for tornadic supercells with strong buoyancy. Ooh, that is a high cape, y'all. Favorable boundary layer moisture and deep layer shear. Locally backed surface winds supporting 1 kilometer shear above 200. Despite the complex storm mode, the presence of embedded supercells within this environment will continue to support a tornado threat. But this is a piece of light to this. It's pretty awesome. Buoyancy is somewhat weaker into southern Tennessee, but some threat for all severe hazards may accompany the northernmost cluster. Yeah. So that's the newest Mesa scale discussion coming out from SPC. So we continue to monitor these storms. So again, we're gonna take a little live view of downtown Tullahoma. Looks like we're getting about ready. See our first water droplets in a couple of days. And I'll be right back. I'll try and eat before some of these storms come, and we could possibly have some more people show up and join us. So we'll be back soon. Thank you. All right, and we are back. Some good all meats pizza from Papa John's before we get too deep into this storm system that's slowly making its way towards us. Again, another live view of downtown Tullahoma. A few people actually walking the streets, people out driving, which is fine. And your prerogative. But when this, if this turns into an actual warning for some of these tornadoes we're seeing firing off in Mississippi, you'll want to contact everyone that you know who is within range, because these are some bad boys hitting in Mississippi. Again, we are under a flood watch until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Under a tornado watch still until 9 p.m. Pray for everybody in the path of these storms coming out of Mississippi. That's some brutal weather they're getting today. We did have some confirmed tornadoes down in LeFlore County, Mississippi. We'll see if we get anything coming our way. It does look like about 49 decibels on a reflectivity mode for this storm. A lot of rain. Get a better picture with this tower down here, or this radar down here. storm system. This bugger right here looks like it's heading for us if it doesn't join up with this massive system right here first. One thing we need to watch out for is if it does, we're going to join up here and create a wall here, a nice bow that's going to head our way, and that is not good, especially with the energy created with these storms back here. But we'll keep it on. We will keep an eye on it. So we'll take a look at some of these models that have come out from the SPC regarding reflectivity and supercell formation. So here we have composite reflectivity at 7 p.m., which is what just passed. Here's 8 p.m. And moving on, we go to 9. Now we do see some pretty rough stuff hitting us here. Could form us as close as 8:15 into 9 o'clock hour. Looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a break here. And starting to get about 2:30, 3 o'clock hour is this strong line of reflectivity that's going to head into our way till about 7, 8 a.m., maybe even 9 in the morning. That's the reflectivity. I'll head up here and look at the supercell composite. There's 5 p.m., 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10. And as this forms this not so much on the supercell composite surface based here for what we're looking at. Possibly in this 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hour here, coming up here, even into 10 o'clock. Probably why the tornado watch goes until 10. It starts to fizzle out at 11. And we do have some of that helicity coming up there in the 8 o'clock hour, coming up here pretty soon. Take a look at our significant tornado parameter. There's a 7 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And then again, it kind of drizzles out. There's a slight chance that, by 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, I don't know if they're going to extend this anymore to about 10. But it does look like we're going to get some weather here coming up soon. So we'll keep doing our job, whether anybody watches or not. It helps just one, We see some small cells firing off near Pulaski, near Lynchburg, and they're making their way towards us. Again, small discrete cells can easily build given the right atmospheric conditions into larger cells that produce tornadic activity if given enough CAPE room, and if the condensation level is low and our cloud bases are low, making it easy for these warm surface temperatures to rise up to meet our LFC. We could be looking at some pretty dangerous stuff. Now we have tornado warnings for Tennessee, McNairy and Hardin, Tennessee. You know anybody in those areas, take shelter. It's radar indicated. It looks like it's right on path for Hohenwald, Clifton, Centerville, and again through Nashville. We'll see how long this can keep its energy up. Hopefully not long. Again, we are this gold star right here. And just like we said before, it looks like we're joining up with some of these smaller cells that are coming in, which are going to join and create this bow effect and could possibly snap off some pretty intense storms for us here. So at the moment, we're about to see some rainfall. You can actually see it on our live cam. Right about TUA. We'll kind of zoom in on these. Watch these form to our west through Lynchburg and through Pulaski. These are the things that you don't want to see happening here. For sure. Keep an eye on this situation as well in the Delrose Fayetteville area. Yeah, it looks like we're gaining strength near Pulaski. Hmm. Here's a live, excuse me. Here's a live look at happening at the moment in Hohenwald. A live look at what's happening in Pulaski. Pulaski is just to our west, slight south. Be prepared. We are might experience some rockin' action coming our way. Live look downtown. Camera's pointed somewhat to the south, so actually on your right hand side is what we can now see as being in kind of this area right here. Well, let's try it again. Of this area. All right, y'all. Again, up above is a live look at downtown Tullahoma provided by beautiful TUA Light Tube. A beautiful shot, I should say. I guess the company's beautiful. Light Tube, TUA Light Tube on YouTube. Again, we do have a flood warning until 7 a.m. We have a tornado watch until 9 p.m. And we are currently watching things develop and shoot off to our south and west. We have had pretty high CAPE for the past couple of days. That just means instability. Had a pretty warm day. And that's something that you don't want to see before a line of storms actually hits. Just a rough explanation. As the sun heats up the earth, it will send moisture up to meet the cold air in the clouds. And so a bunch of different things, but the instability comes within the distance between your lifted condensation level and your forced air level. When those are close together, which they have been some today. When those two are close together, that's a good indication of something that could be severe, because the LCL is also an indicator of low-lying clouds, which means that surface level temperatures and parcels, they don't have very far to travel to meet the unstable air above. And the distance from that to the equilibrium level is called our CAPE. And the equilibrium level is where the parcels meet the level at which they become stable again. They meet the correct temperature again. So until they meet that level, they become pretty unstable and can fire off some storms and tornadoes. And our CAPE and our LCL levels at the moment are pretty supportive of a storm. If one decides to fire off, of course, that's why we've seen some wind today. But one decides to fire off, we could see some pretty gnarly lightning and wind, and possibly even some hail. I know for sure some of these tornadoes in here, you can see hail signatures with these, and see the quarter size hail here, quarter size hail there. But some of these today have produced limit or lime sized, I don't know why they just pick a fruit, size hail within some of these supercells that fire off. So we're going to keep with you. We're going to be with you the whole way, holding your hand. We're going to baby bird you. Not a lot of people will find the time or the effort to put into actually learning what's happening with Mother Nature and all of her tendencies. But I have always been interested and been taking some courses and for a while have been learning. The last thing I want to do is step on here and be somebody that gives you false information. This is about creating an atmosphere that you can trust for weather. So you're looking live above at downtown Tullahoma, and you're seeing reflective radar of what we're about to see. Look like some of these sails, I always say that, these sails down to our west are starting to form this kind of line here. They're joining up with these storms that are coming from our south and Alabama, and hopefully not anytime soon meeting up with these cells right here. I think these are going to move a little bit more north of us, and at the moment they do look on track to actually go a little bit below Nashville at the moment. If you're just joining me, thank you for watching. If you know somebody who needs an update on the weather that's coming towards us, please share this, please subscribe, and turn on notifications when we go live. We won't go live until there's a genuine threat of severe weather. Whether it happens or not is up to Mother Nature, but we just look at the data that we're given from radar and these outlooks, these models sent in by SPC. And we determine whether we're going to have an issue. And again, if I had a larger area to cover, it'd be a lot more talking, as at the moment we have 62 alerts for 4 tornado warnings going on at the moment. The one up top here is a PDS warn, particularly dangerous situation. 1-inch size hail for McNary and Hardin, Tennessee. Also Lauderdale, Alabama. You know people in this area, make sure that they know what's coming. Very, very huge fan of a guy named Ryan Hall. I don't know if you've ever seen him, but he does a fantastic job of getting ahead of these systems and letting people know exactly what to expect. But he has a saying is don't be scared, be prepared. I agree with that 100%. Never ever do I want to come on here and clickbait or put out something that will tell you wrong information just because I like the views. I'm going to tell you the real stuff. Again, I'm Dave Myers. I'm located in the city of Tullahoma. Been here for a few years, moved from Nashville. I actually moved from Whites Creek. Still had a Nashville address, but that was the part of the state today that specifically Whites Creek got hit pretty hard with what is believed to be a tornado earlier today. That's a good view. Let's take a look at that. This is a view live from Pulaski, Tennessee, where some of these storms are starting to fire off. Come here, bud. Yep. Step over this.
You're right there.
This is my boy, Finley. Say hi.
Hi.
He's had a little bit too much Pepsi today. But on pizza day, that's what we do, right?
Yeah.
Love you.
Love you.
Watch out. There you go.
Wait, what's on?
Love you. All right, little stop in. Stop in from the little man. So we're watching these storms at the moment. They seem to be dying out, and this front is leaving behind some remnants of what it used to be. We also look down here at Decatur. Storms are also weakening. Take another live view of downtown Tullahoma at the moment. Hopefully that's not smoke we're seeing in the right-hand side. If that isn't, that's a bunch of low-lying clouds that are moving in, possibly taking place for some storms to start popping off. Again, thanks for joining. Glad that you can make it. We do see a little bit of precipitation almost ready to hit us, y'all. Can you believe that? See if we can pull up this Manchester cam here. And I think we can. There's a live look at Manchester Highway Cam. A little bit of potato video going on here. Like if you tried to convert VHS to DVD, this is what you get. At least we know our taxes are going somewhere, right, people? Anyways, that's all I'm going to say about it. Watching these storms come in. I'm just not hearing the alerts, and I don't know why. And we have some rain coming down in Tullahoma, or at least where I am. Yeah. There's a window right behind me, so if you do see me look backwards a couple of times, that's a reason why. Taking a look at what this stuff is doing right in front of my eyes. Looks like this one's just going to miss us from being just a slight downpour. That took a weird path. Is Tullahoma, does it have angels just surrounding it? What are we doing here? That is crazy stuff, y'all. Of course, when that happens, now the storm that was in Lewisburg is starting to pick up. Slow this speed down just a hair. I don't know why I'm telling you, like you can do anything about it. $65 alerts. Check, check, check. Yeah. Got the volume up. I don't know what's going on. Weird. Check. Hey. Well, that worked. Chew. That is. Check. Hey. Sorry. Well, that worked. Just checking it. Just seeing. All right. Check, check. I know I can hear myself now. So I did my job. Now, why isn't this doing its job? Check, check, check. Wow. All right. Let me see something. Forgive me, y'all. I promise. We're right on it. I promise. All right. We can at least start. All right. That was a big sigh. I'm sorry. No, we don't want that. Get that off the screen. Yo. All right, y'all, bear with me. I'm so sorry. Getting all these audio things figured out. Seem to have worked. So we do have a flood warning till 7 a.m. Tomorrow. A tornado watch until 9 p.m. this evening. They might extend that. If what we see about to go through Hazel Green continues on path, it might be here within the next half an hour or so, depending if it can keep the same speed and intensity. If not, I'm not too certain if we're going to actually see any precipitation. We'll just have to figure it out together, huh? Absolutely. I'm talking to myself again. Okay. Let's see if that works. I need a stand-up desk, y'all. You stretch these legs. Here is a live look at a few places around us. Oof. Just missed some pretty gnarly lightning there. This is in Linville, Tennessee. Right near Lawrenceburg. Let me take a look at Pulaski, which is right to the east of Lawrenceburg. You can actually see a bit of a rain wall, or what it looks to be a rain wall. Here's a live look at Hohenwald, below Centerville. This is in Ardmore, Tennessee, right on the state line above Huntsville. The moment this Linville cam has been getting some lightning. So if you are just joining us, thank you for doing so. I'll keep you updated with everything going on severe weather-wise in and around our area. So you have friends and family who you feel might need to see some of this, please share it with them. Subscribe, hit the notification button so you know when we're going live. If there's severe weather in our area, 90% chance I will go live and we'll discuss it. Get a feeling for why it's going live. That camera is off. Off center, Dale. There we go. Whew. There's some nice lightning happening in Linville at the moment. So we are seeing to our thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you. Thank you, dear. Appreciate that a ton. I love this stuff, and you've probably heard me talk about it. Jordan Hurst, we actually go to church. I'm a worship pastor here in Tullahoma, and I love doing what I do to get to interact with very kind and very loving people like Jordan, and I like keeping people safe as well. So I have a family just like you do, and we're going to do our best to keep people on top of situations that can be potentially dangerous. So, man, Linville's putting on a light show, y'all. I'm going to have to get back to our radar here pretty soon. Can't keep looking at Linville all night. Come on, Dave. All right. It absolutely is. Hopefully it won't come our way. But at the moment, it looks like Lynchburg just delivered to us our first gift of the night, if it reaches us. We've been talking about it all night. Let's see if we can pull up the Ardmore cam. So right here is Ardmore to our southwest, and this storm is heading towards us. Let me take a look at this real quick. This is live in Ardmore. And this storm I'm gonna look at some velo here. So we have some pretty nice formations heading our way. Our correlation map. See, when we talk about unique supercells that could, possibly pop up and produce these tornadoes. This is kind of what we're talking about. These things right here that we see going on. And y'all. Just checking the latest mesoscale discussion going on. But this is what we're talking about. Is this right here. These unique and tightly formed supercell activities that can actually, start to spin off on their own or join up with a line, a bow line, and create even stronger storms. And that's what currently is happening with this hazel green storm right here that has just went through Ardmore, making its way toward Fayetteville and Lynchville. If the unstable air above this has enough cape, has enough power that it's using to generate its necessary stuff, then that's what can create some severe weather, some hail, and some rotation, some helicity with these storms. And helicity is the upward motion of the air, and the way it kind of wraps around, heliocentrically. I'm gonna retire to my nerdery now. I got it, Dale. Beautiful. So again, if you're joining us, we're looking at a live view of Tullahoma above me, where we have seen some rain fall. You can tell now the roads are getting pretty soaked, but I don't think we've seen the last of what's coming tonight. Rain is still falling, we can tell. Good. Not good. What we don't want is a situation overnight to transpire where we have a bunch of uncapped potential energy in our atmosphere without any release before a larger storm can come. Those previous storms that can cool off the earth, that can lower the temperature of surface level parcels that can rise and, spin up some severe stuff. We want storms like this that, it's not really even a storm. Haven't seen lightning yet, which is not something you can see through reflectivity. You just see the amount of reflected precipitation. So this is a good thing that we're receiving some rain right now. And the hope is that we reduce our instability with these storms that come before a larger line can blaze through. So that's what we're looking at as live in downtown Tullahoma. It has cooled off down to 77 degrees from, I believe, a high of 84 or 85, and our dew point today was, I believe, set at 81 or 82, which normally when the surface temperature is a little bit warmer, that can lead to instability as well. So in a live view of downtown Tullahoma, we're still taking a look at our situation happening down here between Ardmore and Fayetteville. We do have a I can look. I was just asked if I could have some cameras out there. Let me look real quick. And one thing that TDOT has set up pretty well in our state, our interstate cams. But once you reach further out from the metropolitan Nashville area, we don't get a lot of cameras put in place down here unless they are specific, like the one that we're looking at above. And it does look like, man, it's really hauling now. It's good. Again, this is a good thing. What we don't want is for this storm that's coming up, and it just did. So we're going to keep an eye out. Jordan, if I can't find a camera, I promise you this is not just Tullahoma. This is the Tullahoma area. So we will definitely keep an eye out on Shelbyville. At the moment, there doesn't look to be too much here concerning. You're welcome. I'm going to still try. What I'd love to do is just go around with little webcams all around the state and just stick them up. This Shelbyville doesn't look too awful bad at the moment. You're going to see some spots of heavy rain as these little blip cells start to form. And you'll see these little patches of heavy rain. And then you'll get some light rain. You'll see heavy rain again for the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. And then we're definitely going to watch this cell right here. That's on Delrose, and it's coming up on Fayetteville. When we see the movement of what it's doing at the moment, there could be a possibility it could fire off a thunderstorm. If you're not already receiving one, I'm going to keep looking. We're going to keep looking for cameras because I am interested in what we got. Ardmore is receiving that. Actually, just went through Ardmore. So coming up on Fayetteville, this line, Tullahoma. I don't know how we keep skirting these, but what you just saw on cam, which is the coolest thing I believe about doing this. We just looked at this area that went through Tullahoma. And when we switched the cam over, that was when you could see the highest downpour of rain. And now it has passed, and we're looking at that area again at the moment and see what has just passed us. So these things don't lie. It is science, and it is fact that this does work. Let me turn on a lightning layer here. I can get a read of what we can look at as far as lightning to tell us a lot about what kind of storms are coming in. Come on, big dog. Y'all see lightning anywhere? You see an option for lightning? I know it's here. Display settings, radar settings. Miles per hour, initial point, color tables. Don't want. All right. Well, we'll keep looking for that too, I guess. We don't want our outlooks. There we go. There we go. So we'll do the past 5 minutes. So it does look like this storm headed your way in Shelbyville and possibly parts of Tullahoma. We can see some of this start to form off to its east. We know that it has produced lightning. And in fact, I'm looking at an Ardmore cam at the moment and can see that as well. This is actually past Ardmore and it's still getting some lightning. So looking at velocity for this though, I'm not too sure you're going to see much in terms of wind production. You might see winds around 16, 17 miles an hour with that storm. Nothing to be concerned about at all. Just your typical summer thunderstorm for Shelbyville at the moment. So you are all good. One thing that we can look for in this storm, though, is anything that gels into a larger supercell that has a possibility of spinning. I really do believe that a lot of energy in our atmosphere has been sucked up through these storms. So, sorry. Some of these cameras are PTZ, which means they can be controlled remotely by somebody online. And the Ardmore cam just took a sharp turn towards the south. So maybe the north. That's the north. Like they're, oh, nice. Let's see about Pulaski. Jordan, I am smack dab in the middle. So I'll show you here. If I can even find myself in this radar. Didn't know it went that low, but that's nice. I'm not the police station. Hold on just a second. I'm not the police station. Don't even say I am. I want to go towards Flowertown. Let's see. Here's Jackson. Blah, 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 blah. Not Turkey Creek. I'm on the east side. I'm on the east side of town. I know that. Gotcha. Well, there's Carroll. I know that. Sorry, y'all. We'll get back into it. Mm. Yeah. I'm in this area right here. Yeah. Good deal. I found it. I did it. Shelbyville. Fayetteville. If you know somebody in Fayetteville, let them know this is a storm like any summer sleepy Sunday afternoon thunderstorm. Not even high velocity winds showing with these at the moment. It's funny that you have to preface things with at the moment, isn't it? The way things can change. We actually lived through a couple things downtown when we lived there. The tornado that hit 2020, maybe? No. Might have been 2009. Anyways, the one that went through downtown and parts of East Nashville, the most recent one. We lived in Whites Creek, like I said, that got hit this afternoon, and a tornado hit, came within a mile and a half to almost 2 miles of where we lived, and pretty dangerous situation. And we also lived through the flood. That time I was touring, and I was on a tour bus traveling back into Nashville, and we turned on the news on the bus and saw the devastation that was happening while my wife and child were in our apartment in East Nashville. It's terrifying. You want so bad to just, you wonder if you could run faster than the bus travels on the interstate so you can get home and help. I don't know what I would have done. We have been talking on the phone about what to do and how to be prepared. Luckily, we were on the 3rd floor. Nothing except for, water usage was affected. We had power outage for a while. But some scary stuff can happen, and especially when you least expect it. For example, flooding in Memphis. You don't think about that until it happens. You don't think, well, what tributaries and bodies of water are going to rise so much that we're going to see flooding? You don't ever think of that until it happens. So some scary stuff. The good thing is, now in this internet age of live streaming and learning so much about different subjects that you're interested in, you can stay updated almost 24/7 on current conditions, or if there's something severe, there's about 16 different places you can turn online. I just wanted to do this to help, in all honesty. So we see this cell moving closer and closer to Shelbyville area. And we've actually seen a die down of even lightning strikes. So, let's try and go 1 minute here. Yeah. So Shelbyville, Fayetteville, I know you're probably getting a lot of rain at the moment. Do not be scared. Lynchburg, you're about to get some heavy rain. Shelbyville, this will probably clip Normandy. With our luck, I don't even know if this is going to hit us. This little blip right here in Lynchburg has possibility of bringing us some more rain. Wow. So we'll keep looking at this. Again, at the moment, just a lot of rain headed your way in Shelbyville. Again, if you have a place that you're concerned about, a region around, an area around Tullahoma, or anywhere in the south middle Tennessee area, kind of around where we're at, you want to know anything about it. I do have chat open on YouTube, which is where we're going to be streaming from. So again, if you're interested in what's going to happen with severe weather around us, make sure you subscribe and hit notifications so you'll be notified. Again, I don't plan on going live any other time other than when there is a chance of severe weather in our area, because I have a wife and kids and a full-time job. So that was mean. There might be situations though that come up where severe weather happens. I'm at a baseball game or watching my son play football at Center College, and I might have to live stream from my phone from wherever I am. So if that's the situation, that's the situation. We'll try and do our best. There's a bug in my water. Oh, I didn't want that. All right. Got him. And Pulaski. Has some strikes. Oh, that's kind of beautiful. There's a live look at Ardmore. Live look at Ardmore. You'll see in the distance when this comes up. Really beautiful shot here. Yeah. What a great shot from Ardmore. Look at that. The lightning coming in the back. Wow. Pretty. Isn't weather just nice? So look at Linville at the moment. Just east of Lawrenceburg, northeast of Lawrenceburg. Let's try and get a closer look at some of these lightning strikes again. Now we might still be seeing some lightning in with this storm. Looks like it trailed off some. Might have been misreading The it's very hard to see this. It's so dim. What in the world? Make that a little brighter, big dog. So you might still be seeing a thunderstorm here coming up in Shelbyville. I believe that my eyes just could not see these strikes. So forgive me for that. Yeah, now I can see it. Yeah, it's a thunder boomer. See if I can still pull up a camera here. And Bill's getting some lightning. All right, we got you coming back. Once this line passes, y'all, I'm going to start putting my kids to bed. They should have been in bed already. But that's just who I am. It's probably why they're so cranky for church. So once this line passes, I'm going to put them to bed really quick. And we'll be right back with you. I'll also try and pull up some models for us to see exactly what this line is wanting to do, because this is very confusing, y'all. We have this bow action that's coming from the lines from the south and southwest, and they're joining up with the storm, but there's also a very confusing thing that this is trying to do, which is bow further this way. And that ain't good. I don't think this is going to make it. However, this radar indicated tornado down here in Tupelo, Mississippi. If this line continues to move more eastward, might have a chance of making it here. Let's do one more check before I look at models here. Yeah, you could see a little bit of elevated wind here. Looks like there's a good gust coming your way in Shelbyville of somewhere of around 25, 30 miles per hour. Again, thunderstorm things. We do see high and elevated winds, wind speeds with a lot of these thunderstorms that are coming through. Nothing as far as tornado to be concerned about, though. Yeah. Just joining us. Oh, was that extended? All right, y'all. Well, new news out. Yep. at 8:30. I missed this somehow. Come on, Dave, do a better job. Until tomorrow morning at 3 a.m., we are under a tornado watch. It has been extended from 9 p.m. until 3 a.m., which, looking at all the models, I honestly thought that was coming. In fact, I think I called it earlier in the stream that they would probably have to extend our tornado watch, which does tell me that models think that that line that we talked about over here is going to start making its way a little bit more east. Again, tornado watch is not a warning. I heard it best described as you go into your kitchen and you have all the ingredients to make tacos. You have tortillas, you have ground beef, you got cheese, you got sour cream, you got all these different ingredients. You don't have a taco. You have the ingredients. That's what a watch is. A taco is not on the ground. Wait. Tornado's not on the ground. But you do have the ingredients for it. Mother Nature can decide to put together that taco and deliver it to us. Or not. Let's take a look here. We do. Lawrenceburg is under a tornado warning. I think that might be the best radar to look at. It is. So take a look here. Is there another one? Is there another cam I can go to? Please. Something better than that. Or radar. Sorry. I guess not. So I'm not sure what they're seeing. I don't know if they're calling this the couplet. That might be what we're looking at right here. Of course, at the moment, it's radar indicated. Bringing in less than an inch of hail. So if you're in Lawrenceburg, you got about 15 minutes until what could possibly, it's radar indicated, which means that they're seeing rotation. Doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground yet. That has to be done by spotters. There's only so much we can do by radar. So, Shelbyville, you should start seeing some of those effects of higher wind and a little bit more rain until we get, about another 5 minutes. Start feeling that. Here in Tullahoma, we're going to start seeing some of these pop off. Now, I don't know whether the tornado watch is extended because of what we're seeing coming from the south. We still have the jet stream from the Gulf coming up and giving us some unstable stuff. It might be that they're looking at that. It might be that they're looking at some of these things that are they're popping off in our west. So we'll actually look at the with the tracker. Yeah. So the good thing that I'm seeing about this, this tornado warned area here, which I'm not sure how long that is going to last. I don't see much of an indication. I mean, there's some hail signatures here. I don't see much indication at all. Oh, take that back. Let's take a look at this. This might be what they're looking at here. This forming, well, actually about right there. Might be looking at this whenever you see, these are called hooks in the radar. But there's a lot of factors that go into that. There's a tornado on the ground. I'm not sure it's producing much of anything, of course. When we look on radar at things that have hooks or velocity or things like that, we have to make sure that they're on the ground. And one way we can do that is through our correlation coefficient radar, which just tells us it takes an average of what's in the air. When precipitation looks one way, we can't really pick up debris on regular radar because it's a ping that travels back. Well, what we can see through correlation coefficient are different sizes of things in the atmosphere. So when it's hail, the radar will even out the hail signature and it won't look like much of anything. When there is a tornado on the ground, it will pick up different size debris. So tree limbs, roots, housing, and it picks up differently on radar. And when that happens, it takes all that data and puts it as a little, what they call a debris ball. I know you've heard that before, but that's, so if in these readings you see little blue ball where the hook comes in, that's a good indication that your tornado is actually on the ground and not just spinning, because radar doesn't detect what's on the ground. It detects what's in the air. And it's always kind of at an angle. At the moment, we're at a 5 degree. So that might be what they're looking at in Lawrenceburg. Again, the good thing is, no, that's what they're tracking. They're tracking this big boy right here. Don't see much in range of motion on this though. Do see a little start of debris signature. Yeah, I don't know how long that's going to last. Back here. All right, Shelbyville. On the east side of Shelbyville, near Forest Hills, you're starting to experience some heavy rain. Anchor Mill, El Bethel, you'll be coming soon. I really feel like the eastern side of Shelbyville, everything east of 231, can experience some pretty heavy downfall. You're still going to experience that on the western side of 231, but really in between Shelbyville and Tullahoma at the moment, we're going to have some downpours, some lightning happening. Let me take a look at our cam and what we're doing at the moment, which is about a moderate rainfall happening right now. Did see there's some lightning happening finally in Tullahoma. It's good. It takes some energy out of the sky before this evening might end up long. So that's what we're looking at. Linville's getting snoop-a-dooped right now. I might take a look at that real quick. It's a live look in Linville, Tennessee, right east of Lawrenceburg. And so that storm, if it keeps on track, says it's tracking towards the east. And if that still happens, I believe we could have a pretty good view of that storm from that cam. So we'll keep that up on number 2. Again, if you're just joining us, our tornado watch for Tullahoma has been extended until 3 a.m. It was previously 9 p.m. So 3 a.m. is what we're going for. All I can say is subscribe and push notifications. I do have work in the morning tomorrow. I say work, but I'm a worship leader, so I do have fun in the morning tomorrow. So at some point, I'll have to go if there is serious conditions popping up. I'll come back on and be with you. At the moment, what I'm seeing in Shelbyville and Tullahoma and even Lynchburg at the moment, all the way out to Lewisburg, are some thunderstorms. I said I was going to look at some of those models to see what we're looking at for a little bit later. Let's try and do that. All right. So here is our composite reflectivity model. This is kind of showing us rainfall of not rainfall, but intensity of rain, reflectivity of the sonar. Sometimes I get very confused. It's a lot to learn, y'all. So this is what we have seen. In fact, let's try reloading. Yeah. This is what we're seeing at 9, and then at 10. And that is correct. So as you can see, previous patterns and direction of these lines has been kind of a northeast at kind of like a 25% angle. And then come about 10 p.m. until 11, 12, there's 1 a.m. And this whole line from the south starts to make an eastward motion. It kind of washes over us until about 7, 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. I'm going to set it back to 11. Shelbyville, you should be seeing some good stuff right now in Shelbyville. And again, this thunderstorm will last 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Your typical summer thunderstorm of now at bat and then 3 strikes. And then it just goes to sit back in the dugout. What we're hoping is one of these aren't home run hitters. Right? We're hoping. So going back and looking at some models that have come out. So there's 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Let's take it from 11 p.m. Actually, you know what? We're closer to 10, so let's take it at 10 p.m. And we will look at our CAPE levels. Here's a surface-based CAPE. So again, CAPE is the instability in the air. Doesn't look like too bad of CAPE on that. 3 kilometer CAPE. That's what I need to look at. Right there. Look at our 6 kilometer wind shear. Yeah, and it's calling that right there. Right around the right around the 3 and 4 2, 3 and 4 a.m. mark, you can see a definite shift in wind right there. So we got a new alert. Let's take a look. Again, we're looking at Lawrence and Wayne County in Tennessee, Lawrence and Wayne County in Tennessee. Both of these are radar indicated. There's some in Prentiss, Mississippi, Lee, Mississippi. All these are radar indicated. So we need a spotter on the ground to actually suss those out. Storm velocity, 3-kilometer mark. Yeah. I'm right there with the SPC, Storm Prediction Center. Wow. So this is our updraft helicity. So basically, this is the updraft and the helicity of what could happen with the surface level parcels that need to rise. There's a little notch around 3 and 4 a.m. I guess I should say in between 2 and 4. Well, so what we can tell from looking at that is that what is happening here down in Greenwood and Lake Providence and all these, that's just a large line of storms, y'all. In fact, you know what, let's take a look at the national. Goodness gracious. So now we can see what this is going to do. This is going to trail off here. This way. Wait, I did that wrong. This is going to continue to travel this way. And when that does, it's going to make room for a shift for this to sweep underneath and kind of do that motion. Because there's a pressure system up here that is causing that change to happen. So, there is a possibility of storms tonight, and some of them could be severe. My thing to what I always tell people is keep a weather radar or a weather radio with you overnight. Make sure it's on. If you can't find that, there are several apps that you can get for your phone that act as a NOAA weather radio. And as long as you are aware that something could possibly happen, you may seem like a fool, but didn't Noah when he started building the ark. So be prepared, not scared, as Ryan Hall would say. All right, y'all. Well, I still have some time in Shelbyville. Any word? Y'all good? Drop me a line. Drop me a line in chat. Let me see you. Y'all good in Shelbyville? All right, let's take a look here. So this storm right here is moving 31 miles per hour. 10:22, it'll head into Lewisburg. I would say if it stays on track and stays energized, we are looking at oh gosh, maybe Lewisburg in the next hour. And if it does hit Shelbyville at all, probably within the next hour 15, somewhere around 11 p.m. If it makes it that far and keeps up the same velocity. If it stays in that 31 mile an hour range, that's kind of what we're looking at. That has a probability of 60% for hail. Pretty heavy rain. And we've got another alert. All right, y'all. I'm going to first I'm going to check on my son. My oldest son. Thought it'd be really super smart to drive from Danville into Bowling Green today. Has some pretty gnarly storms. I'm sure he's okay because his mom's not panicking. So, I'm going to go put these two dudes to bed. I will be back shortly. Seems like we got another just a cell of foreman. Maybe another rainer coming our way, Tullahoma. Not sure this is going to grab enough energy to do anything before it hits us. Now, Manchester might get a... You see how this is kind of expanding in the atmosphere? Yeah. You kind of look for these supercells that form as these little blips, and then they kind of turn into something a little bit bigger. So, if anything, I think we're going to get some rain, maybe some lightning with this guy right here. Shelbyville, you should be good at least for the next 45 minutes, maybe even an hour. So, okay. I'm going to leave you with a beautiful view of downtown Tullahoma. I'm going to leave that radar up. In fact, I might just... might just do this. Just a little bit larger. And then move it down some. Nope. Wrong way. Let's move this down. I think you did a great job, Dave. Thanks, Dave. All right. So in your bottom left, we have a live reflective radar that is honed in on the comings and goings of storms in Tullahoma and Shelbyville and Lewisburg, Lynchburg, Winchester, Ethel Springs, Manchester, Normandy. You're all within this little bubble. If anything is going to happen, it's going to come this way. I will see y'all in just a minute. I'm going to put these boys to bed, and then I'll be right back with you because I'm afraid we might have a few more hours to go. So, all right, I'll see you soon. All right, y'all. We back. We good. Still looking at these coming in. This guy moving from Lynchburg has almost made it to Tullahoma. Check on this boy. Yeah. I believe that might be our couplet that we're looking at. Right here. Our flash flood. I wonder if that was for us. Yeah. You're just joining us. Flash flood warning until tomorrow. Just a flood warning, not a flash flood. Flood warning until tomorrow at 7 a.m. And we have a tornado watch until an extended 3 a.m. time period from the SPC. So, just joining in. Thank you for joining. Shelbyville looks like you're about to get another rainer. Tullahoma's relieving some. Let's take a look. Yeah, a little bit heavier. Extended this and just like I thought, we have the tornado warning for Lawrenceburg is actually extended into a severe thunderstorm warning out through Lewisburg. So keep an eye on this. Sorry, y'all. Talking to my boy. You can see here this as you can see here, let's take a look. Even this polygon for a tornado warned area. Actually, let's take a little bit closer look here. You can see a couplet trying to start to form here. See the start of a debris field coming in from this. We might actually have a tornado on the ground in Lawrenceburg. And what's happening with a couplet is you have this warm surface level temperature, which creates an inflow, an updraft. As this warm air wants to rise, meets this cold atmospheric air, which is going this way. So when we look at why tornadoes normally have a little hook like this, that's our reasoning. And then we can see what's actually happening. With velocity radar, what we're looking at is red color. You only have really, well, not really. You have a difference in color based on the direction that we're going at. We're looking at anywhere from, 36 miles an hour to negative 43. What we're talking about here are directions. So we have our radar here that is just below us, and then we have one that's fairly close, which is good for us. As you can see, Tullahoma is starting to get it. What we see on radar as far as velocity is a very tight section of where wind is going away from the radar when it's red and towards the radar when it's green. So what we're talking about here is a direction like this. Here and here. So that's what creates that cyclone, that holistic, or the vortex, the swirl. Goodness gracious, Dave, get it together. That's what creates sorry y'all if you're hearing something weird. That's what creates our tornado shape right here. So we keep looking at this. So we have a hook, this little notch that comes down where air is starting to flow up and in, and the front wall here isn't too well defined. The last thing we can look at is what they call correlation coefficient, which is debris in the air. And it did look like we were picking up some. However, I think this hook is trying to die down some. We'll see if they extend the tornado warning into parts of Linville, maybe even Pulaski. Speaking of, we have a live view of Pulaski down below. Let's try and get this camera a little bit over. Yeah. Better. Even better than the last one. Wow. Cool. There's a live look at Pulaski. We fixed that as well. As we see all off in the distance, out here in this kind of open space. Wonder if this is PTZ. Wonder if somebody's going to move this. I actually think this might be pointing towards Lawrenceburg. Yeah. That is Pulaski right there. Under a severe thunderstorm warning. Come back over here with us. In this area, Manchester. You're about to get what came through Tullahoma. Tullahoma, you're still feeling it some. I can see from the live cam and hear it out my back window. Still dealing with some storms. Shelbyville. Shelbyville just had a real nice downpour. There's a nice hail signature in with this as well. Winds at 60 miles per hour on this. So, Linville, get ready. We do have a live cam in Linville. We'll go there now. This is Linville, Tennessee, which we are currently looking at. Right here. Sorry. Right here. This is Linville. And this is Linville on live cam. I don't know what direction this is pointing, but I would go ahead and say that if you have any pets, like I do, here in about 5 minutes would be a great time to walk that pet one last time before heading off to bed. Or for the evening, if you're not planning on heading in. Well, Linville's putting on a lightning show, y'all. In Linville right now, we're picking up speed with this storm. From 8 miles per hour, now at 11 miles an hour. Again, this thing is going to drop quarter of an inch size hail, carry with it 60 mile an hour winds. This is on track to possibly hit some of Shelbyville if it keeps track and the same speed and direction that it's going with enough energy to get there. That is my dog picking up her toy and throwing it around, saying, "Dad, please take me outside." Winds in this thing are 60 miles an hour, but we are traveling at 36 miles per hour. So say within the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to start feeling the effects of some of this. In the next hour, we're going to see this come upon places like Shelbyville. So we'll keep track of that. We'll definitely keep track of that. So I'm going to keep this look at Linville on. We also got to look at Pulaski. We wanted the best kind of look at what's heading towards Shelbyville kind of area. That's what would do it. Again, y'all, let me see about this. I'm going to see about this. Well, this severe storm Yeah, just like what I said. Severe storm, is trying to reach Shelbyville within the next hour. And then, sad to say, we do have this line that is moving twice as fast as the one above it, heading in this direction, heading right towards Tullahoma and Shelbyville. That could possibly reach us within the next hour and 20 minutes, or actually, that'd be around 11:45. You got one moving in, probably going to hit around 10:15 or so, 10:15-ish. And then you got one that's going to be at us at around 1 o'clock. And the 1 o'clock one is kind of one we need to take a little bit more serious. It's this guy right here in Florence that had an observed, which means a spotter saw it, tornado on the ground. Chances that the atmosphere is going to let this one ride out until it gets here. I don't know if the conditions are high enough to actually keep that guy going for very long. So before I walk the dog, I'm going to leave this here, just like this. Again, you can see live look at Tullahoma above us. Actually, you know what? This Linville cam is pretty awesome. Let's leave it here. This will be a little bit shorter of a break. Just going to walk the dog. That's not a yo-yo trick. I'm literally going to walk my dog. I'm going to take these barbs off of the map. And just so you know where we are, Tullahoma is right here. Shelbyville's here. Got Winchester, Manchester, Lewisburg, Pulaski, all that stuff. So Pulaski's looking pretty cloudy as well. But we'll watch Linville, which again is right in this area. Actually, there's pretty good hail signature here for Linville. All right, stay safe, y'all. Be prepared. Not scared. Again, Tullahoma, Shelbyville, we're watching this stuff develop and come this way. So I'll be back with you here very, very, very shortly. All right, all right, all right. What happened while I was gone? Yeah. All right. Take a look at Pulaski. Wow. Precipitation coming down. New tornado warning. For Colbert and Lauderdale in Alabama. Might not be it. Let me see. $10.20. Must be this guy right here. That's for this whole area right there. Back to left. I can't really see much out of that, can you? This whole area right here. $10.26 confirmed tornado. It was observed. And that Florence, Alabama, where that's at the moment. We do have live cam on Florence, Alabama. Now, Shelbyville. Shelbyville, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This thing has picked up intensity. Sorry, y'all. It's an inch hail. That's a quarter size, and it's moving at 60 miles. No, it has 60-mile-an-hour winds with it. Sorry, I'm just distracted by this guy down here. So Shelbyville, this should be on you in about 30 minutes or so. I'm looking at this this tornado down here in Florence, Alabama. You can actually see Florence off in the distance here in our Ardmore camera. So Ardmore being this area right here where this storm right here is heading. So if you know anybody in Ardmore, Fayetteville, I don't know if it's going to last that long, but we do have some stuff coming that way for sure. A live look at Linville, where the storm that's heading towards Shelbyville, Lewisburg, just went through. There's a look at Pulaski. A live look in Florence, Alabama. You're looking at that possible couplet right there. Heading into Florence. So we will keep our eye on that for sure as that develops. Lewisburg, you're up next in this severe thunderstorm warned area. I would not be surprised to see Tullahoma, Lynchburg, you know, maybe even as far out as Mulberry, get a severe thunderstorm warning for what's underneath. Because as we can see, what's developing here near Pulaski is trying to make its way this way. So, got a lot to watch right now. If there is a break in the action, if that's even a thing that's going to happen. I might relocate to a softer chair because the one I'm sitting on currently is not soft. Hmm. Just trying to figure this out, y'all. I'm so sorry. Give me just 1 second. All right. So up above me is not downtown Tullahoma. This is the view of Pulaski. I wanted to get that in a larger view so we can look at our radar as well. Shelbyville. If you're listening, about to experience some high winds and some lightning. I don't like what do I say I don't like? This looks like it might be trying to develop a hook right here. If you know anybody in Shelbyville, tell them to be aware. If you need, I'm gonna cover this storm more than anybody who's online. Yeah, share the link to this. Send people to it. We might be starting to see some stuff develop over Shelbyville. Might be okay for now. Again, with instability, with air masses in the atmosphere that are unstable. A lot of times, what these supercells can start doing is try and form these tight rotations, and sometimes, again, our topography is such that mountains and tributaries and different valleys and peaks and what we have tend to disrupt the constant motion. That's why a lot of places with flat ground, Kansas, Oklahoma, they tend to pick up a lot of steam because that has a lot more stable surface to work with. We don't really have that. And again, as we see it form into Cornersville right here, we've kind of taken that hook away from what it was trying to do. Yeah. But this is a cell that is known for producing a tornado back in the Lawrenceburg area. So we just wanted to make sure that we're okay. Chapel Hill, Unionville, Eagleville, Rockvale, all the way up to Murfreesboro. Murfreesboro, you're about to get hit pretty hard with this as well. Unionville, picking up some hail at Poplin's Crossroads. Coming towards you. The good news is, Shelbyville, that this area right here is not a hook. This is just more formation of a cell. In fact, not seeing much in the way of too much severity coming towards you. There's going to be a lot of rain. There might be a little bit of elevated winds there. Linville just got smacked with a bunch of hail. Pulaski, how y'all doing? Pretty good. Lawrence. Here's a look at Ardmore. Ardmore is here. I believe this camera above me is looking towards this direction, because we can see this lowering wall cloud right here feeding in. Let's head back up to us. Again, y'all, my goal with doing this is not to use scare tactics or do clickbait or get anybody scared. I like being informed. I like knowing what is happening with the weather around me so I can be prepared. Doing this for other people makes me happy. I'll do it anyways, whether I'm online or not, so I might as well help people while doing it, right? We do see a bit of inbound warmer air starting to wrap around this right here. Like this. And what's going to try and happen is this is going to try and push this cold air this way, and if it continues to pick up intensity, that's something that we're going to have to look at here. This section of the cell was actually disconnected from this one front. So once it joined, it gained a little bit of power. We're going to keep our eye on that for sure. Going back to it, my goal also is not to gain followers, but I do believe that the correlation between followers and people who are well informed and take the necessary precautions, you know, they correlate with each other. So sharing this channel with somebody now and getting them prepared. If you know anybody in Shelbyville, Wartrace, Bell Buckle, even as far south from this cell as Normandy, and definitely in the Tullahoma area, let them know that we're doing this live and that we're going to try and keep them as safe as possible. The other thing I'd love for you to realize is the time above this 10:48 p.m. When you're dealing with storms that have a matter of minutes sometimes to get into shelter and to get to safety, it's important to make sure that you are in the same minute mark as what I am up above. So if you're not at 10:49 p.m., refresh the feed, get it going live. Oh man, Pulaski, big dog. Let me see ya. Pulaski is looking at the same situation down here with this hook that's developed. Do you have a warm Shelbyville? Just make sure that you're prepared. You have your weather radio with you. If you need to turn this up, volume up, turn up if you've got this, live streaming on YouTube app on your TV, turn up the volume. If and when we have to go somewhere for safety. Not sure this is going to pick up enough steam right here. These things are starting to fire off pretty quickly though. We can see this whole front right here. And we can see these. What's happening is this area here is full of warm surface temperature. And it's meeting this front. And it's creating these little barbs that are coming off and with an unstable cape above us. At any moment we should be, prepared. Live look at Florence right here. You can actually see a bit of the rotation. If you look up into the clouds up here. This is Ardmore looking towards Florence, I believe. Yeah. This is live in Pulaski. And we're going to leave it right there. There's a couple of spots where you can really dial into what's happening. the moment Shelbyville, you're good. So you can actually see the movement of the warm air push up here. Watch this around Pulaski. What happens is this cold air is trying to push this way, and it could create this vortex here. Man. Inflow's getting a little bit stronger. We'll see what happens. Shelbyville, this storm front is upon you. You got about 2 or 3 minutes. You need to secure some things. Don't go outside. I lied. Again, not for my sake, but if you know somebody that needs to watch this develop, share it with them. You need to be aware. All right, y'all. So what we're looking at on screen. Sorry, y'all. So what we're looking at here, Shelbyville, you're about to get hit with some pretty strong wind. You'll see what looks like a lot of thunder and lightning. Hmm. Yeah. Pretty strong stuff in Shelbyville right now, which is under that severe thunderstorm warning for the next 18 minutes. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-size hail. Expect damage. Roof sidings and trees. That's what's coming on you right now. Do not be afraid. There's no tornado warnings at the moment. If you know anybody in Bedford, Unionville, well, they're already getting hit. Bell Buckle, War Trace. And to fudge around. That's not a real place. Gosberg, Beech Grove, places like that. Let them know that this thing can possibly this severe thunderstorm warning can possibly be extended their way. Oklahoma at the moment, everything as far as action is up above us in Shelbyville. So. It's a live look at Pulaski, Tennessee, right above me. We're keeping our eye out on this storm in particular. Earlier tonight, the east side of Shelbyville got hit. Now it's the west side's turn. Keeping an eye out here on this little area. We do have a nice little couplet that's trying to form. I really think that there's too much front wall to keep this from actually continuing, but we'll see what this does. The live look in Tullahoma. Dry as the day is long at the moment. There's a very fuzzy view of Ardmore. Issued at 10:59. Right underneath Ardmore, which the cameras aren't picking up at the moment, but so tornado warning. I wish there was a good camera in Shelbyville at the moment. I don't necessarily like the way this is starting to look. Excuse me. Cannot find a good camera at all. Wow. Hey, look at that. You can actually see the precipitation falling. Pulaski right there. It's trying, y'all, it's trying so hard to produce something. Especially right here in this little hook. Actually, both of these. Again, this is a live look, not of downtown Tullahoma. This is of Pulaski, Tennessee. Just right here. Getting some heavy stuff. Shelbyville. What can I say about you? Probably experiencing some crazy stuff at the moment. Nothing too goodness gracious. I'm telling y'all, this is if it can find enough cape to work with. Could turn into something. I do not like that signature at all. And I don't want to say I told you so, but I will. Whoops. Wrong button. But we are now extended into a severe thunderstorm warning watch here in Tullahoma. And Ardmore up through Pulaski is now included on a live look at Lawrenceburg. Just getting some heavy stuff, but Ardmore's back online. All right. Wonder if this is going to refresh with alerts. Shelbyville checking in on you. You got a couple things in these signatures that don't look very good. Still haven't been warned for anything. Yeah, we might not get a lot of sleep tonight. There's a look at Pulaski above. Got Ardmore. You're in Shelbyville, or that surrounding area, Bell Buckle. Bell Buckle just got some pretty nice hail. If you're in those areas, the chat's open, and I'm looking. So let me know how you are. All right. Here we can see this storm break off of Hazel Green. Create this supercell. At the moment, it looks like the SPC was right. Southern Middle Tennessee. We're looking like we're getting the brunt of what Mother Nature has wrought. So dumb. If you know anybody in Pulaski, I think I have a Minor Hill cam. Oof. Man, it is dark in Minor Hill. This is what we're looking at for Minor Hill. Oh, man. Could be that we're looking live at tornadic activity heading through Minor Hill. Y'all, we were talking about Shelbyville earlier. There's a few things that want so badly to create chaos up this way. And we can look at anything we want to. Reflectivity, velocity. I don't know why. It's dying. So the severe storm warning for Lewisburg area has let up. This is for Limestone, Alabama. Am I looking at the right thing? I mean, it's all the same. All the same part of it. Lynchburg. You're about to feel the brunt of what this front or this cell can bring. A lot of rain. There's nothing too funky about that one. However, we're trying to join up now with westerly cells and this bow right here. So, which looks like it's becoming another pattern. Take a look at Ardmore. This is Ardmore, Tennessee above us. A little power surge here at the house. I don't have a backup plan. If I go dark, Find me on Twitter. Tullahoma, if this keeps track, on its current path and speed, and has enough energy once it arrives, we could be very well possible we're looking at a pretty rough storm coming our way. And the skies in Ardmore at the moment is right here. Take a look at that. And you can see this thing approach. This is an amazing view. If all cameras were like this, it'd be awesome. And this is a PTZ, so hopefully somebody's on it. Good job. Yes, sir. Come on, Ardmore. Frank Wing. Fayetteville. Petersburg, Bidwell, Belleville, Chestnut Ridge. Y'all need to be prepared just in case. In case they extend this. Tornado warning your way. Yeah, I wish that thing would focus. A lot of hail on this. Running through. All right, y'all. So we're watching these storms develop. Tullahoma, you should be expecting rain here in about 5 minutes or so. Maybe less. Shelbyville, you probably went through something pretty awesome, pretty scary. Switch to that downtown cam. Now that is downtown Tullahoma. So Coffee County. As you can see, we have a little ticker down here telling us what to expect. Until tomorrow at 3 a.m., we have a flood watch. Tornado watch. We have a flood watch until 7 a.m. tomorrow. All right, Shelbyville, you are out of the way of severe thunderstorm warning. I hear wind howling outside my window, and that is due to the fact that we have an extension of our tornado warning. If you know anybody whoever is watching, let them know that we're live, that we're focusing in. We're honing in on our area. That we're going to be one of the first to let anybody know of a potentially dangerous situation. Fayetteville, Delrose, Locksmill, Lynchburg, all the way up to Turkey Creek, all the way traveling along the Lynchburg Highway. You are now under a tornado warning. Tornado warning. This is radar indicated. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but that doesn't mean that the threat is not real. That means that everything on radar and in the atmosphere looks like if it made contact with the ground, we're looking at a dangerous situation. Let's see how the SPC words this. This is 3 minutes ago. Again, there's a tornado warning for Moore County, Lincoln County, till 12:30. This is radar indicated rotation. Hasn't been observed on the ground. It looks like we're looking at about 12:20 for the arrival to Lynchburg, Timms Ford, Lake, 12:25. Again, the difference between a warning and a watch. Tornado watch is like you have all the ingredients to bake cookies in your kitchen. You don't have cookies, you have the ingredients. A warning means Mother Nature made the cookies for you. So, we were under tornado watch. Now there's a tornado warning, which means that radar shows at this point in the atmosphere, there's a tornado rotating above us. Whether it touches the ground, there's a difference between whether it's confirmed or not. Regardless, if you are in or know somebody in or near Fayetteville, Mulberry, Delrose, let's look at Harms. You know anybody in this area, tell them to take cover immediately. You don't want to be caught unprepared. That's the last thing we want. So, take cover at the lowest point of the structure that you're in and the most interior room of that structure. Cover the least distance from or the most separated from you and an exterior wall or window, interior of your home. Bring some blankets, bring some pillows, wear helmets if you have to. This is a legitimate threat, as we have seen recently with the weather outbreaks. The energy here is ripe for something to happen. Just be prepared. Yeah, just be prepared. Y'all, if you're watching this and you know somebody who could use this channel at the moment, please share it. There is a lot of lightning and a lot of hail with this signature right here. A live look in Ardmore, Tennessee above me, where this storm is currently going through. So here we have a live look at Ardmore, Tennessee. This is
Here it is on the map.
I didn't ask you anything. So here we have Ardmore, right here. And then we have Ardmore, right here. And here is a live view of Tullahoma, Tennessee. Needless to say, we are watching this closely. You know somebody in the path of these storms. Recommend send them a link. Let them know we're live. Let them know that we're going to be covering this. Yeah. Oh boy. Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Mulberry. This thing is heading your way. Again, this is radar indicated. For it to be an official tornado, there has to be a spotter or radar confirmed where you can actually see signals of debris on the ground. So it still does not mean that this is not a very dangerous situation, because out of this rotation, out of this velocity and this rotation, we know we have the right instability in our atmosphere. We know we have all the ingredients to make the cookies. If you know what I mean. I think you know what I mean. Shelbyville, there's some pretty high winds to move into your area with some more rain. Let's call that sideways wind. Y'all, this chair is so uncomfortable. I don't know why I chose to sit here. It's a pretty unique thing for the SPC or the National Weather Service to draw these polygons like this. I don't understand it. Just don't get it. Like the tornado is going to follow this and just go right there. You think it'd make more sense to just cover an area. Fayetteville, we still have some pretty strong readings for you. Give me 1 second, y'all. I apologize. I actually heard some chunky rain hitting my window. All right, so we're looking the radar for Tullahoma, which is right here. Check it out. We got Lynchburg here, Shelbyville, Normandy, Manchester. Right now, our area of concern, Fayetteville and Lynchburg. And just so you know, we are looking at this tornado warning, radar indicated tornado that is about to hit Fayetteville. If you know anybody who lives in Fayetteville or Lynchburg, no time to even turn on the stream. Just get to safety. The lowest interior room of the house. Could be a closet, bathroom, whatever it is, away from windows, blankets, pillows, Cover your head. For some reason, we're not included in this, although it is very, very close. The National Weather Service feels like the tornado is just going to go on this jagged line, I guess. But we love them. They're very smart people. They know what they're doing. So we're watching this this line come up, and at the moment, it does look like it's meeting some stabler conditions. Looks like it's starting to break apart. That does not mean that it will stay like that, because there's a lot of things that can happen as far as even this this little notch right here that's starting to form right here. So keep alert, keep watching, keep doing whatever you need to do to keep yourself safe. I have a feeling that this might not even make it to Lynchburg. It's still going to be a pretty strong storm. We can see a nice hail signature right here. Sorry. Right here. Bunch of lightning coming our way. And we're looking at wind speeds of up to 50 miles an hour with this thing. So stay alert, Fayetteville. You're next for this to hit. Jane. Yes, I'm in Tullahoma. Wife and I have been here. At the moment, Tullahoma has had some rain. In fact, we can show you live video of Tullahoma at the moment. Has had pretty windy weather today. Our conditions here could favor something a little bit more severe, as we've seen to the south and to the west. Whether that will happen will be up to Mother Nature. What I can tell you is, if your parents have access to YouTube and want to join us, we'll definitely keep them alert and updated on the conditions as they happen. So currently it is, at my house, I'm looking out the window. There's some rain. There's a little bit of wind, probably 15, 20 miles an hour, but we're good at the moment. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe if somebody else is watching and you want to connect the two together and get them to check on your parents after we're done. It'd be the morning. Not sure much longer these fronts are going to last. We do have a tornado watch until 3 a.m. But that's just a watch. Yeah, you're very, very welcome, Jane. Yeah. Tell anybody and everybody in the area that you know that we're, whenever there's severe stuff happening, we're going to be on to cover that. Here's a live look at Tullahoma right here, denoted by the gold star. We have Normandy, Shelbyville, Lynchburg, Fayetteville. You're about to encounter some hail. We can see the hail signature right there, right there. You're looking at winds. Yeah, somewhere close to about 50 miles an hour. About ready to, well, closer to Bidwell and Howell and Belleville. You'll probably see winds of close to about 55, maybe even touching 60 miles an hour. So that's strong wind, y'all. You got stuff you want to keep secure. It's a little too late for that. If you would have, I posted a video earlier today about some conditions. That we could possibly see today, and my favorite thing to do is to inform. So again, live look, downtown Tullahoma. All right, Tullahoma, you're feeling a lot of rain right now, but at the moment, currently that's all we're feeling. However, in Fayetteville, there could be a chance this thing is trying to work its way back up. You actually almost see oh man. So here's our inflow. Here is our wall here, our front draft. Here's our inflow. We look at correlation. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what I mean by a debris ball. When you see this small little blip right here, and it correlates with everything else that we've been watching, especially with this. If there's a tornado on the ground, this is the tip of that tornado. Yeah, this storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. That's not the wind speed that's inside of what's happening. That is how long it's taking the front to move. So 45 miles an hour, and it does look like it's starting to pick back up, and it might even look like it has an indication that it has touched down somewhere near Fayetteville. Man. If you know anybody in Fayetteville, please give them a call. Jane, it's about pretty good speed for storm movement as storm front movement. Yeah. So what I'm watching here is hopefully not a bigger movement of what's happening here. As you can see, there is some inflow here of warm air. Then you can see this kind of rotation pattern happening. If this picks up energy, becomes tighter, then it becomes a real problem. At the moment, I'm not too sure that there's anything still on the ground, if there was anything. So. My mother-in-law watching. Hi, Sabrina. I love you. We'll keep you safe. But now, hey, now you don't have to text me about it. Now you can just watch. Again, if you're just joining us, we are watching this tornado warned area. So again, I'll reiterate, tornado warning and tornado watch. The difference is you head into your kitchen, you have all the ingredients for cookies. You don't have cookies yet. You haven't made them. Tornado watch is that. There's the conditions in our atmosphere and in our previous weather and the weather patterns that are happening. We are under a tornado watch, a tornado warning, which is what Fayetteville and Lynchburg are under. Is as if Mother Nature walked into your kitchen and made the cookies for you. Now you have cookies. Now you have tornado. So we are currently under a tornado watch, not a warning. Just to let you all know. Again, every time there's well, like I said, I have two small boys. But every time, we get some severe weather in our area, we'll try our hardest to go live. If nothing else, find us on Twitter. You can find all those links up above. On Twitter, on Facebook. If we can't stream live, we will keep you updated minute by minute if we need to. But our hope is, I don't know, why am I saying our? My hope is that I can go live when we have severe weather. So you need to pass it around, let people know. Again, Lynchburg, about to get hit by this sucker. And at the moment, it's going to bring some fairly heavy wind towards you. We've seen a shift in pattern in this storm front. Lynchburg, Jane, is about to get hit with some fairly heavy wind. You're looking at anywhere in between 65, 70, maybe even higher winds right now. That are about to head into Lynchburg in about 4 or 5 minutes. Same thing with Tullahoma, although a little bit later than that, maybe another 10, 15 minutes, we're going to see the wind really start to pick up. Shelbyville, at the moment, you're right on the edge of feeling these winds that are reaching, probably 60 miles an hour, maybe a little more. So, pretty scary situation for y'all, but at the moment, there is nothing that looks tornadic in your area, at least on radar. So again, we watch these areas here. This right here is troubling. Because there's a high wind gusts of, into the upper 40s and 50s on this side of the inflow. And then the downdraft has, speeds of up to, 70 miles an hour. And when these things get tight in our cape and our instability, and they start to form a little bit tighter, that's when rotation can actually touch ground. So we're keeping an eye on this, and it looks like this might be heading towards Estill Springs. And at the moment, you can see a little hook developing. So we're going to stay aware of that. Lynchburg. If you know anybody in Lynchburg, please tell them to get in a safe spot in the lowest interior point of the house, away from windows. Could be a closet, could be a half bath, could be a bathroom. Get in the tub, put covers on, pillows, cover yourself. Be prepared, not scared. I'm going to steal that from Ryan Hall because I love it. Be prepared. All right. So taking a look live up at the downtown Tullahoma, we've seen things really start to pick up here. Rain, a little bit of heavy wind. I fear that this might just be the start of some weather tonight. So be aware. So Jane, we're going to keep an eye on Lynchburg. We're kind of covering, if you can imagine, a circle about from, well, nope, that's too small. That kind of circle, maybe even further out. We're keeping an eye on all of it. So we will let you know. Good news for Lynchburg. There's not a lot of hail visible in these cells coming towards you. So that's one thing to be thankful for in this. You are, though, probably going to experience winds of up to 50 miles an hour here within the next minute or two. I don't know what it is about this area, but it's kind of like the Titans. Quarterbacks come here to die, and so do storms. So, still keeping an eye on this area right here. So Tullahoma, we're seeing some good precipitation. We're seeing some good wind pop in here. Again, y'all, this pattern right here has taken a shift from earlier today heading in this direction, right? Has taken a shift from moving from here up to here and is now taking more of a path of here to here. what happens when our pressure systems start pushing the Gulf air our way. These are summer things, spring, summer things that happen here. And unfortunately, with the rebranding of where we live as Dixie Alley, we're kind of a continuation of Tornado Alley. In fact, some, meteorologists have said we're almost shifting Tornado Alley a little bit further east year after year. So these are things that we need to be aware of when it starts to get warm outside, stuff like this. And part of the reason why I wanted to start doing this, to help people get them prepared. Lynchburg, this storm has picked up with energy. You might experience some hail. And here we see a hail signature right here in Mulberry. Good news is there's nothing that looks specifically tornadic about this. There is a strong wind wall heading past Fayetteville, heading towards, let's see, Flintville, Shady Grove, Beach Hill, Timms Ford Lake. So if you know anybody there, they're going to experience some pretty high wind, possibly some hail coming up. That is pretty incredible, y'all. We have tornado watch areas. We have one tornado warned area, and that is for us. We have 3 severe thunderstorm areas. But in all honesty, I can say this once, if the NWS decides to let this expire, I'm concerned about these. I'm not sure how much more severity this holds. Our front has now pushed down to here. So whatever strength these storms have to pull from this air, right? It could include us. But with these storms passing through, we're seeing a lot more stability in our atmosphere. That doesn't mean don't be prepared. We do still have a tornado watch until 3 a.m. What it does mean is maybe take off the tinfoil hat. We could see some pretty gnarly storms for sure. A lot of wind, maybe some hail. In fact, speaking of, our hail signature near Lynchburg, there's a little tiny spot right there. You can see that might head into the Beach Hill area. But we are still looking at some high wind with this, especially down, near Kelso right now. We're looking at winds, 60, 65, maybe even 70 miles an hour in that area of straight line wind. So all I'm saying is be aware. All we can do is be aware when weather arises. So Shelbyville, like you're in the middle of these winds at the moment. That's going to head into Normandy. Probably going to hit where I'm at, kind of in this area. Within the next 4 or 5 minutes. Those of you just tuning in, we have a tornado watch until 3 a.m. We have a flood advisory now. A flood watch until 9:07. Until 1 p.m. So the flood watch for our area was extended until tomorrow at 1 p.m. We have a tornado watch for our area as well until 3 a.m. Lynchburg, Tullahoma. We're going to see a lot of lightning here in the next 3 or 4 minutes, and some pretty strong wind. You're looking at up to 50 mile an hour straight line winds with this front that's pushing through, and that's coming to us. Don't be scared, be prepared, know what is happening. Again, the tornado warning to our west and southwest is, let me see here. It's got 11 minutes until it expires. If it does expire, we'll take a, maybe not. We'll take a look at this guy right here. Yeah, so we're primed to start receiving some of this stuff here. Again, our front is still moving in this direction. Right here. So doesn't mean that we can't get severe weather even later on in the morning. There's a reason why the NWS is marked this tornado watch until 3 a.m. There's a reason for that. Some of these storms could take a path up. A little bit of lightning for you. Lynchburg probably just heard and felt some pretty scary stuff. Probably had some hail in here. In fact, they kind of closed the gap on this tornado watch or warning. Some hail and some pretty heavy wind and a lot of rain in this for Lynchburg. That's not to say that some of those high wind straight line winds that can reach that can do some pretty good damage to structures. So again, moving into Tullahoma, Shelbyville, you felt this. Moving into Normandy, Estill Springs, those areas, a lot of lightning, as you'll probably hear behind me. Some hail. In fact, Tullahoma, trends keep up. We might see some hail ourselves. There's a hail signature right here, and it's headed straight for us. Yeah. You see how the lightning strikes happening? We're going to get some pretty gnarly lightning for the next probably 10 or 15 minutes. Actually, maybe even longer than that. Maybe for the next 20 minutes or so. As this storm starts to move our direction as well. So Tullahoma, be ready. Normandy, be ready. Hey, that was loud, y'all. That was woof. That was right behind my head. Have you ever wanted to tune into YouTube and see a house be blown away on TV? No, that won't happen, I promise. Tullahoma, looks like our indicators of hail have kind of died off a little bit. Doesn't mean we won't get some. As it was to begin with, less than an inch in diameter of hail. It could do some damage that's less than the size of a penny. That's moving our way. Shelbyville, you're almost out of some rough stuff. Doesn't mean you're not going to see some lightning. Even down through Estill Springs, Normandy, we're going to start experiencing some lightning and thunder. So, this tornado warning has 6 minutes until it expires. I don't foresee anything too incredibly rough heading our way at the moment. So what I might do is relocate to a softer chair because I'm a child and I hate this chair. And I might try and get some sleep. Sorry, y'all. Thought I heard sirens for us. It's not. So we're feeling a lot of wind, and as expected, the tornado warning has lifted for the Lynchburg area. Right now, we're going to see some high winds. If you're just joining us, we do have a tornado watch until 3 a.m. And until 1 p.m. tomorrow, we do have a flood watch. Again, what you're experiencing is just a strong front at the moment. There was a tornado warned area down through Lynchburg. We're just catching the remnants of that. There could be some small hail pop up somewhere through here. Oh, hey. Check that out. We've made the National Weather Service. Welcome in, y'all. We're just experiencing some remnants of a tornado warning that was through Lynchburg. We are going to experience 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If you haven't secured down stuff by now, it's too late. Please don't go outside. But we're seeing what was left behind of what just went through Lynchburg and down through Pulaski. A little power surge. If we lose power, I'll try and get back on at some point. But at the moment, we are experiencing some pretty gnarly lightning, and this front's producing a lot of strong winds. Up, Shelbyville, just saw it. Estill Springs, Winchester, Normandy, down through Tullahoma, and Broadview, Deckard. We're going to all experience this together, and it's going to move its way towards Manchester and probably Shady Grove. It might actually make an upwards push towards Hillsborough, New Union. So just know that what this is what was left over from this. We're not under any kind of warning. We are under a watch, which means conditions are favorable for something to happen severe. So they've kind of extended this area out some. So as you can see, if you're just tuning in, first we'll take a look at this real quick. It's a live look at Tullahoma. We're gonna experience this wind, y'all. But as you can see, this line right here is slowly creeping up. In fact, it looks like it's expanding some. We have just had some conditions that were favorable to some pretty extreme weather. However, you know, we've been lucky the past couple of days to not really encounter that. It just seems like today, as the front moved through, the instability of our air in particular was pretty warm. The dew point was pretty low, and so Cape was pretty high. Our, you know, lifting condensation level was very low, which means the cloud level, the base of the clouds, how low they are. And these are all things that contribute to some severe weather happening. So Tullahoma, we're in it right now. Estill Springs, Normandy, we're in it right now. Winchester, you're about to get hit with some pretty high velocity wind. Right now we're looking at sitting about 50 mile an hour straight line winds. However, places like Winchester, Belvedere, Huntland, you could see in excess of 65 miles an hour headed your way. So just be aware. Know the facts, know the truth, that these storms right now are storms. There's nothing warned on these. Again, we're just watching the progression of this. Might look like something is trying to form off of this near Lynchburg. We can see a little guy coming off. I think what's going to happen is this is going to dissipate. We'll probably see some of the effects of these storms happening in Fayetteville here within the next 40 minutes or so, 30 minutes. Once this passes, we'll have some lightning still. We're not going to see strong winds like we have, see any hail. It'll be a summertime thunderstorm after that for at least a little bit. I can say this confidently. Things progress through the night. I'll be getting back on, and we'll start streaming again. We'll just pick it up. As we've had a little break, and what we're seeing, let's look at the convective outlooks, the categorical outlooks for the next couple of days. This is for tomorrow. And we can see here that we're in somewhat of an enhanced risk. I think that takes into account the early morning hours, which I still think that we're going to see some pretty tough weather. So we're in this enhanced risk area tomorrow. And then looking at day 2, which would be for Monday, we're still in a marginal risk for severe weather. We keep looking on. Looks like Tuesday, it's all going to start to kind of die down for us, which is a good thing. So our day 1, this is updated at 1 p.m. today. This was updated at 3 p.m. So we might get a new outlook for Monday and Tuesday. However, this is our outlook. This is our categorical outlook for tomorrow. All these storms that we can see that are coming our way from down here, and this doesn't even tell the whole story. In fact, we can switch over to that real quick. Here's the nationwide radar, and so what we're seeing is a lot of these storms slowly start creeping up from Jackson, Mississippi, all the way down to Natchez. And they're going to start creeping up. Our hope is that this front, that is, or this pressure system, is going to start pushing what we're seeing down here more towards this way. We don't want to see that for our friends in northern Alabama, but we can see those risks happening in this chart right here. We can see that happening. Wow, y'all. Let's check this out real quick. So we just got a new tornado watch. in the areas of Bledsoe, Hamilton, McMinn, Polk, Sevier, Blunt, Loudon, Meigs, Rhea, Bradley, Marion, Monroe, and Sequatchie. So that is eastern Tennessee. If you know people in that area, the Pigeon Forge area. That's what we're looking at. And this tornado watch will end 7 a.m. tomorrow. So there's a new tornado warning or watch, forgive me. Until that time, let's switch back to radar. That includes Gatlinburg. As the stuff just continues to move. That will probably eventually include some far northeastern parts of Alabama and some far northwestern parts of Georgia, including Dalton and Calhoun, Blue Ridge. I would imagine that we'll get an extension of this tornado watch, that's going to kind of make this line, because what we're seeing is all this storm front moving this way. So if it makes it there, it's going to make it there. Well, if you're in the northwestern part of Georgia, or I don't know. So before I head, we will look again at what could possibly be happening within the next couple of days. Once again, and this is a live look again in Tullahoma, as this, I don't want to say the only, there will be more activity, but this round of severe weather has hit. But we're going to look at some things. Again, the day one outlook puts us in an enhanced risk again, or a slight risk. We're kind of on that border. And then day two, which is going to be Monday, puts us in a marginal risk. And then day three on Tuesday, we're kind of getting out of the woods there. So again, this is what we're looking at for tomorrow, and that takes into account the early morning hours. So Yeah. We'll also look at the most recent mesoscale discussion. Here we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Tullahoma. So our most recent mesoscale discussion. Released, let's see, blah, 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 blah. So severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 125, 128, which we are currently in. Excuse me. We are currently in watch number 128. That's where we're at. We're number 128. Damaging wind and tornado threat will continue into the overnight hours. Local watch extension and or new watch issuance may eventually be needed. Discussion. And continuing on. So, what we're reading here is that if there's enough convection that develops ahead of the line that is currently traveling from, lower parts down here, Jackson, Mississippi, up through, what in the world was that? Saw it flash off my computer. If these can continue to develop, we could see some pretty interesting stuff throughout the night. So I don't think they're going to cancel this watch anytime soon. In fact, the wording was there might be a need to extend it in the early morning hours. So, y'all, at the very least, what it looks like at the moment is that we're gonna see a little bit of wind. We're gonna see some rain. Other than that, for the time being, I can't tell you to go to bed, but I'm gonna try and get some sleep. I do have to be up early tomorrow, so if there are alerts that happen we'll be back on, and we'll help you out. All right. So thank you so much for watching. Yeah. Thank you for joining me. If there's, like I said, if there's anything that that pops up, we'll be there for you. So have a great night. Hopefully we don't have to come back on, and we'll see you again soon, possibly tomorrow in the afternoon. So, all right, take care and keep Tullahoma safe.